the beginning of these shows actually doesn't stream, so I'll just babble randomly and say words A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There we go. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over. That's Vientiane in French to be here. If not, you have to get out. Back to you, Fumador.
Here's D. For some reason, the thingy is not doing the thingy. I don't know why it's not letting me do the thingy. It's pretty annoying. Come on, do your thing. Do your goddamn thing, thingy.
Yeah.
What is it not? Why is it not doing that? All right, I don't understand why my YouTube page is frozen. It's literally
Uh-oh.
completely frozen, so I'll just have to relight it or reload it or something. But in the meantime, ladies and germs, it is a takeover, so please join the takeover. I guess come on up. Please remember the show is for adults only. Obviously, we don't do anything inappropriate. Well, we do some things that are inappropriate for children, but we basically don't want the children to see it. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with any of that, honestly. Anyway, the show is not for children. The show is for adults only. Feel free to hop on though if you are an adult. Was randomly babbling about shit, apparently. Behold the one commandment, don't be a dick, don't show your dick. That's pretty much all there is to it, ladies and gentlemen. At least about half the population doesn't even have a dick to show. How easy is that, honestly? Like, how
Very, very little
easy
lunch.
is it to follow the one law?
Don't
But
have a little lunch.
what's that, E?
Don't be a lunch. Don't show your lunch on cam. No, no, no. No little
What's
lunch
that?
here.
By the way, it is annoying me that this page is frozen. I'm just gonna hand it off to you, D. Go for it. Say hello.
So what's going on, everybody? Hello again. Hello again. You can find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. Also on YouTube at D_zombie_745. Come check me out there. Like, subscribe, hit the bell to get notified. Just like this channel, and you'll know when we go live. Also, yeah, cheers to everybody that's in chat. Cheers to all the lurkers. I'm gonna say something else which wouldn't be appropriate. But cheers to everybody in chat. Hope everybody's having a great night. I'm smoking on a peripheral of different things. I'll let you know shortly. Um, yeah. Cheers to everybody that just came over from my show.
I don't know why it's not working. Just go for a smash.
What? Oh, what's up? How's everyone doing? Sorry, I'm still getting ready. Trying to charge my phone.
There we go. So finally, I reloaded it, and now it works. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a little bit working a little bit more logically. Thank you for J5. I think J5 might be first in the chat. Let me see here. It's taking forever. Why is it taking so long? Literally just switching it to live chat. All of a sudden, it's like thinking. Anyway, J5 is first in the chat. Good for you, buddy. Crime Worker is right behind him. Welcome, boys. Jack Beanstalk is in the house. He's saying not an accomplishment, but also Fumador. Cheers. Apparently, my internet connection. Robert Pendula's in the house, of course, and of course, VT Vintage is in the house. Southern Vermont Vintage, that is. Let me post the link so you guys can come and join us. And have some fun. I actually have a joint that I want to finish on the porch. I was puffing it, and then somebody came basically for kind of a Craigslist purchase that my friend was getting rid of, and we had to deal with that. So I want to go finish that joint there. But in the meantime, why am I posting the link here? Okay, let me let Robert in first.
Hey, I ended up selling that tent for $85.
Oh, right on. Congrats.
I need to buy a new light
Here
though.
it's very out here. It's really difficult to get anything for grow equipment. I don't know why, because people still have to buy it, but for some reason, a lot of the stuff just doesn't sell. I don't know. Maybe people are worried about bugs or something. I don't understand it, but yeah, like I've had a few friends who've tried to sell tents and stuff, and months went by, even at really great prices. Very puzzling. Jay Patrick's in the house. Whoop whoop. First shower, long time grower. That's pretty fucking funny. Well, let me think. Good news though, Smash. It's shit. It's really ridiculous to hold on to old grow equipment. Like I have these old lamps that it turns out basically are useless now. They don't get warranted anymore. Sun Systems and what's that big conglomerate Hawthorne? They don't give a fuck anymore about HPS lights. So they basically just don't even bother servicing them. I even called a couple grow stores, called the grow stores that I got it from, and they were like, "Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you, but like technically you can get parts for this," but they were like, "Realistically, there's no way you can get parts for this. You can't get it fixed, can't get it warranted." I was like, "How much does it cost to fix it?" And he was like, "Technically not much, but there's just no way to do it." Anyway, pretty fucking ridiculous. Everything is all LEDs now.
Yeah, I've been
Not
looking
hard.
at it. Probably gonna end up with a little Mars Hydro.
They've gotten better. I've heard a lot of those lights these days are basically commodity level lights. You know, it's kind of interesting that people freak out about this one light or the other light. They just basically put as many diodes on the panel as they can and kind of arrange them in different ways. It's all the same diodes too, all the same drivers. It's really basically commodity shit. Can you imagine cars that used all the same parts? Like literally, if Toyota and Honda and Ford and Chevy and everybody else literally used all the same wheels, all the same fucking transmissions, everything, be a little bit silly. Probably easier to fix things though. Anyway,
Yeah,
Miranda.
yeah.
On a lot of your higher end cars, like even BMW, Lamborghinis, other higher end cars, you'll find four focus parts on.
Mm,
You'll find, something like, hey, I could replace this from Chevy because it's a Chevy part.
hmm.
It even has a Chevy number on it, a
Yep,
GM number.
it's funny. I mean, honestly, it makes sense. You know, why re-engineer every single part for a car? It would just add to the expense. And so, if you already have a very performance-heavy car, why re-engineer every single part in the car? You know, I guess there's two ways to look at it, right? Like on the one hand, it's a cheap part. On the other hand, it's kind of smart. You know, like it's something that didn't have to be purposefully engineered just for that fucking car. Like, why do you need another cup holder just for a Camaro? Or the cigarette lighter. They probably don't even introduce those now. But I mean, like, why would you need to re-engineer a Camaro cigarette lighter or something, right? Just take it off a Ford Focus or whatever, or Chevy Impala or something. I don't even know. Anyway, I'm gonna go smoke that joint. Enjoy the show, ladies and germs. I'm gonna make all of these guys co-hosts.
Dude, I got some GMO diamonds and they stink. It like slapped you in the
Uh,
face.
nice, right on. Enjoy it. All right, and we have several co-hosts. So, ladies and germs, hop on here and join the conversation, join the fray, I guess, and have at it.
Oh shit.
So I just finished a joint of Andaberry. I believe it comes from Ethos, and I'm probably not pronouncing the name of it right, but it's got a nice head high. It's a good morning smoke. The berry terpene flavor kind of disappeared about halfway through the joint.
I
I got
find it hard.
Sorry, Smash.
Oh no, you're good. You go ahead.
I was just saying I got McFlurry right now. It's good.
It's kind of hard to find a flower that comes all the way through on a joint, like through the whole joint. Got to
I
really
if it gets 2/3 of the way,
I beg your
I
fucking
consider
pardon, but
that
seriously,
really good.
Smash is saying something that chaps my ass. Not because Smash did anything wrong, but because the cannabis market is so fucking horseshit that this is a common sentiment. Oh, it's really rare to find a joint that smokes good, not only flavorfully, but smokes well through the fucking whole thing. Sometimes it'll just get really like acrid or ashy or fucking harsh on your lungs or whatever else. Not to mention you won't get high. Basically, that's something that's pretty surprisingly common. For one thing, I don't advertise nearly enough because of the fucking asshole cocksuckers that basically have reported my channel. But I promise you, every single strain from Fumidoro will smoke flavorfully and well until the literal end of the joint. I've tested every single one of my strains that I've grown. Obviously, I haven't been able to grow every one of my strains. It's one of the fucking most annoying things about being a breeder. But every strain that I have grown, I've smoked myself personally. Personal assay is the best, I think, way to measure cannabis. And I can promise you, you're going to get fucking flavor all the way to the end of the joint. And people should not tolerate weed that smokes like that, honestly. I remember reading Archive was talking about Rainbow Belts 2.0 and was talking about how it's this I can't remember exactly how he said it, but basically breakfast cereal and candy and whatever else, and flavor to the very end of the joint. And I was like, fucking hell yeah, that's exactly how it's supposed to be. But he's setting himself out as something different than a lot of the people he encounters. And same thing with me. Like a lot of the times, if I go to a dispensary and buy weed, it tastes something like I have flavor for the first half of the joint or something, and then it goes away. And then basically it becomes hard to burn and everything else. No, you should expect more from your weed. So there are plenty of other breeders that have good weed, but I can promise you mine is one of them. There's a few others. Just ask, ladies and gentlemen. We'd be happy to tell you. Anyway, back to you, Smash. I didn't want to jump out. I didn't mean to
Oh
jump.
no, you're like you're saying though, market. It's hard to find something that truly comes through all the way.
I feel if it's say it's a cherry terp, and I get 2/3 of the way through the joint, and then it starts to turn that little bit hashy. I figured that's a good joint because it made it 2/3 of the way before the oils and the resins built up. I have yet to find one that I can smoke clear to the end, except for maybe hash plant because it tastes like hash.
Some strains, yeah, but then some strains that are just like I've had strains that didn't wash for shit, but the smoke was pretty fucking good.
I have two strains here I have to smoke tonight. One is Triple G, and the other one is Royal. Now, I think it's the Triple G. I smelled it. It was pretty berry flavor smelling. And then I put in a grinder and ground it up. And that berry, a lot of it just disappeared. And it disappeared in the flavor of the joint too.
Look, I got this cool little thing. It's a
It does
phone
after a lot
holder.
of joints.
It's a phone holder that follows your face
That's cool.
automatically. There's a camera, it just turns itself. We can go all the way around too. There's gestures, I forgot what they are.
You can put that in your grow room, hit record, and just go about doing your stuff in your room and it'll follow what you're doing. That's why I got the DJI, because it will follow me.
Yeah, it's only like $30, something like that. Got a
We're going to
new,
be
got a new what's it called? I got a new fucking 60-inch tripod coming.
Yeah, I've got like 3 or 4 different tripods at home.
That, yeah, you
But
guys are on
I
it.
did a lot of eBaying and stuff like that, and it was just easier to put your camera on a tripod.
Got selfie sticks for my GoPros.
Motherfucker.
But it's always, I don't know, I always need a taller one. The one that I'm using is probably a foot and a half, maybe fully extended.
Yeah, I have like 4 or 5 footers. The ones I have, you could literally put a 1990s video recorder on and it'd
But yeah, I
carry
got
the
a
weight.
couple of those. Those are bulky and heavy.
uh, it it
My buddy,
collapses down
so
to
when my
like
buddy
four
does
inches
the
wide.
photography, he's got tripods, but they're titanium, and they cost like $500, $600,
Yeah.
and they're titanium just because of how much you have to like move it around. The weight. The old school ones used to be well, if you're like actually moving it around a lot, if you're just sitting on one spot for the night, just taking one picture, like say you have like people coming up to a background, those ones are good. They're really good because they don't move.
Yep. And we know how much my hand shakes. So try taking like, 9 photos for eBay. You got to take like 20 of them and then throw like
Yeah,
11 of them
I do
out
that
because they're
too.
shaky.
It's just kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to hold the phone still. The tripods make it way easier to do. But
Even
well,
a camera.
yeah, well, that's why they all have stabilization built in now. Damn, that GMO dabs always hits me. I got a bunch of stuff.
I didn't like GMO until it got past like 45 days of dry and cure because Spartan gave me some of the GMO he did, and that was a really good run of it. But he gave it to me like 6 days after cutting it. So I dried it out and cured it myself. So I was able to give it a little taste test every once in a while. That looks good.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of that. I've been smoking the diamonds, but it was literally one big rock. Just so funky. Has like a dirty gym sock onion smell. Yeah, I had a light. One of my actually longtime viewers of this show will have seen this light. It's like a little 100 watt. It's like this big. The board's literally that big. It's it was really good for starting seedlings and stuff. I had it in the middle downstairs. Actually, the last time we were looking, you were like, "Oh, what the fuck is that?" Uh, I showed you. It was a little light. I don't know how, but it shit the bed. I went down there today. I look, and the HLG's still on, but that one's completely dead. I plug it into another plug just to check, and nothing. I'm like, "What the fuck?" I think the driver died, which I could replace, but whatever, bro. I'm just gonna go buy another light.
Drivers are what,
Wait,
about $65 a piece?
I'm looking at a XL something 240 Mars Hydro. So if someone can try to pull that up, that'd be dope. That might be able to.
If you were in Michigan, you could find lights all over the place. there's used lights. I would have no problems going out instead of spending $6, $7, $8, $900 paying someone $100 for their light that they used for maybe a year or two. I have no problem using used equipment. And it's literally, I think, a starter and igniter are in the frame of anywhere from $23 to $42 for the pair. And that's how you replace your HBS kits. Those are really easy.
God damn it.
Because I actually think we're going to go back to using a super metal halide that's made by a company literally 25 minutes away from the facility. And that's a metal halide. But for our needs, we don't need direct light like someone that's flowering out plants. So we don't need all that direct light. So these lights can actually be hung 8, 9, 10 feet up in the air and cover a 10 by 10 area.
Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm looking something up. I wish this picture was better. Max output. $200. It looks.
Yeah, you should be able to find a light for like $200 used. And it'd be like a 720 or 780. That's what I would do is I'd put that on the other side. You got that other big light that would pretty much fill your room. Those 2 lights and those little ones you have.
Yeah, I only got one little one now, which sucks.
Okay. Well, maybe go buy a 315 and do like Bud does and mix it up a little bit. Those are kind of cheap.
Hi, Jeff.
Here's everybody out in chat. Oh. So these super metal halides, when you turn them on, they don't look like a metal halide at all. They actually have a red spectrum in them. And they kind of glow like a high pressured sodium does.
Fucking back hurts.
Smoke a joint.
I know, I've been just dabbing today.
Time for a joint. Smoke the flower.
What kind of light is this? Thermal Solutions GS1000.
And that's another thing I've learned living here in Thailand. There's so many companies, and what they're doing is they're wanting to mimic, and they're going out and they're buying like Grandmaster level lights, and they're mimicking the same thing that they're doing. I'm not saying that every company is doing that light, but the companies have gone out and they bought the grow lights that are specially made, and they're made in China. So, I mean, if I order 5 or more, they put the name of whatever I want on the side of it for free. But, you know, they're pretty much using the same drivers, the same diodes. When a new diode comes out, it's in the Chinese ones. All of them are basically made in China anyways. So basically you got, you know, one company in China that got lucky with a contract many years ago, and that's why we all know that company, because they make X not X Y Z's lights for them.
Yeah. Well, supposedly there's a new diode out right now.
Better than the B301, or is it?
This 301H.
Because mine have 301s in them.
Yeah, 301H is the supposedly that I've read it. I've read Samsung's website. I actually went through and read this because I wanted to know what they said. So supposedly the 301Hs have a better coating on them. There's no deformities in the coating at all. So they get a higher yield, or they can put out more light, allegedly. And the 301Bs are the ones right behind that, allegedly.
Yeah, that's what's in mine.
Now they have, I don't even know if they're 301s, but they're called Mint Evos. I haven't even gone on the website and read anything about them yet. But that's what GML's using. That's anyone putting out a brand new light's pretty much using the Evo right now.
Well, there's only 2 or 3
Ooh, this
diode
guy's got a
companies,
rotor.
so
It's 680.
but I'd get one big enough where it would cover that whole side of your room.
680 watts. This guy's got 2 next lighting. Ooh, $200? Where you at? I'm gonna hit you up. We talking. Because he's already brought the
There
price
you go.
down to 500. It's 2 next LED commercial series, blah 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 bullshit. It's just I think it's the next mega 1,000-watt full spectrum.
I miss Chronic.
Hmm.
I know.
Well, if it's 1,000 watts, then it's 1,000 watts. Mine draw 1,000 from the wall.
I could buy a light mover for $60.
There you go.
Ooh, this is actually a good deal. 720 watt.
Now, just understand that that light rail is going to be a 6-foot section, and the extensions are 3-foot sections. And you have to take in consideration how long the light is in your room, because you may only be moving it on a light rail 1 foot.
Yeah. I have a pretty
But
great. If I bought a light mover, it actually worked pretty good in my spot because it's skinny and long. That's what she said.
Ah,
I was needed for
I was waiting for D, but
I'm watching chat. Shadow
Yes, that's good.
Mycology.
hi, Miss
hey,
Gronick.
Robert.
Just green fingers.
just lost my Q-tip.
I can buy my light for $250 right now. The HLG 600.
I can buy mine for 600 now. Good thing I only paid 440.
That's the thing. When the 600 came out, it was like $1,000. Then it dropped down to 600. I think now it's like 500 because they released so many other versions.
Thailand went from having like no grow lights to now people are going out of business and offering them all up for wholesale. But see, the thing is, in Thailand, even if it's used, they still want like 95% of brand new price for it. Cars, same way. Appliances, same way. You can have a 5-year-old refrigerator. It costs 15,000 baht brand new. They still want 13,500 for it.
People must have
14,000.
like grow facilities that shut down. Our cultivation facility ordered too many of these 650
Yep.
watt LED fixtures, 360 each. Also have some 400 watt veg fixtures available. I like 400 watts. That would be perfect.
If I
So-
don't find them in Michigan, I'll give a plug out to Tony's Grow Equipment out of Oklahoma. That's probably who I'll be going to because he drives around and buys up these facilities that have gone out of business. He even put up one time, he bought the equipment out of the facility, and then the facility wanted to get rid of all the greenhouses for free. All you had to do was come down to Oklahoma and take them down. He even told you who to contact and everything like that. So, that's the type of people that I want to deal with. And he shows them, he says, yeah, here's the used ones that we pulled out of the facility. And we have 15 or 20 brand new ones here in the box. Because a lot of times facilities do overbuy. Me, I'm just growing to get money to buy more shit because I don't have enough to fill the room I have.
Yeah, Maine has a lot of places that open and shut down. We probably have a good amount of them too.
Yeah, I'm definitely not buying my lights brand new.
Oh.
Not for this project. But the whole idea of this project was to put it together and use the profits that the business makes to make improvements. Say 6 months into it, 7 months, 8 months into it, and then make your improvements. But using some of this used equipment that people bought and never used and paying a third or half price for it.
Oh yeah, I have nothing against using used equipment.
Hell no.
I'm a bargain hunter, dude. I can get an HLG 600 for 250 right now. I would do that. There's a guy selling one, but I don't want to travel to him. Um, I'm gonna end up picking up a light between 50 and 200 bucks, and I'm bargain. Like me personally, I grew up in the flea markets. I grew up bargaining. Like bartering was a real thing in my life.
Well, the guy wanted 500 bucks and he's already down to 200. I think, unless you're buying both of them, I don't think he's going to want to bend too much on 200 because he's already dropped it quite a bit.
Yeah, but that's the tactic. You know that. I do that shit all the time. I'll start something super high and then I'll drop it down 20 minutes later. So it says it got dropped down. Looks like you're a motivated seller. It's a tactic.
Yeah, but it's only been up for X amount of time and you see
No,
that
I
happen.
do got to make sure it's been up for a while. That's another. Some people just want to get rid of shit. They don't care. They make a couple bucks on it. They make a couple bucks. Some people, when you're doing the used market in anything, some people you'll meet people that undervalue their shit, and then you'll meet people that super overvalue their shit.
Yeah. I priced my shit to sell.
I mean,
If you're gonna spend $500-600, then we can talk in the 10 to 20% discount range. But I've already given you 10 or 20% off to begin with. Most of my sales when I was setting up at shows were to other dealers. Maybe 20%, 25% of my sales were to the public. My parents the same way, except for certain items. Certain items you just really like, and you don't care if they sit there at the whole show or not because they're cool to look at or something really nice.
I've really wanted to go to a gem show. I want to buy some opals.
You want to go out to Arizona to that gem show. That's the best one in the country.
I think we have a pretty big one now too. I've heard there's one on the East Coast. I think it might even be in Mass or something.
It should.
Yeah, other than none of them compare to the one in Arizona.
Well, yeah, that's the Mecca, but
that one goes for weeks and is like people from all over the world. And
Brimfield's about to happen.
Brimfield.
So a whole town they shut down.
Yep. We're set up in the maize field. It was on the right-hand side about almost near the end. It's the last big farm on the right.
That's always fun. There's a couple other pretty big flea markets around.
Yeah, but Brimfield is where you'll see Tom Cruise walking around, all celebrities. I met David Letterman there.
It's hard to see Tom Cruise, dude. He's so locked up from the Scientology.
This was back in the 90s, 80s.
He's been a member of it for a long time.
We've been going to Brimfield since the 70s and setting up there.
Yeah, there's American Pickers. You want to do that shit? Come to the East Coast. There's barns everywhere once you hit the country that are just abandoned, like people's property. There's a lot of that shit.
Steal from my property, you'll get shot.
I know someone that took, they had a big barn and it was really old lumber, and someone paid them to take it down and take the lumber.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time, all over the country, reusing old barn wood. Yeah, that's big time. In
I think they got everything
Cleveland, we had
since they were taking it
we
down.
had a we had a couple companies in Cleveland that would go into the old buildings before they would tear them down and take out the plaster pieces that were the molding around the top of some of the banks and stuff like that.
Yeah, you
And
know,
then pulling out the fireplace fronts and everything.
one of our horse trailers, it's like the retro one. The flooring and the sidewalls are from a bowling alley. Like they took the lane, and
That's
because
cool then.
when horses travel, they have a tendency to kick through the walls and stuff. So yeah, they use old um those are in the retro ones. You can't, like the modern ones today are all about being strong and light, but the old trailers, they didn't care about the weight, so they used to use like bowling alley flooring because yeah, I guess that stuff's super strong.
Yeah, it is. It's a bunch of boards tongue and grooved together.
Yeah.
I worked at a bowling alley that they actually ended up taking out the lanes and moving them over to Cleveland's first mega bowling alley. It was open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And there was 92 lanes or 90, yeah, 90, 92 or 96 lanes.
Yeah, I don't know
They were
about today, but growing up, I used to play pinball at bowling alleys, and bowling alleys were open 24 hours a day. They never closed. Maybe they do
but
today, but the old days, they were most
We have a
bowling
big bowling
alleys
alley
were
in the casino in the Coachella Valley. Great bowling alley, right in the casino. Well, it's right next to it.
that's,
Perfect.
we should do that one time. Right outside of Pittsburgh, there's a pinball and video arcade museum, and you pay like X amount, and all the games are on free play.
Oh shit.
So he's got like all three Dark Knights pinball machines, which was the first multi-lever or level and multi-flippered game like that. You know, he's got all the different Pac-Mans, Miss Pac-Man, the baby Pac-Mans. He's got the regular arcade, the sit-down ones, the little mini ones that were like really narrow and gave you like a 12-inch screen to look at. And then there's one in Michigan too that's like that. But I mean, there's literally like each one of them, I think both of them boast over 100 pinball machines. And they even have the ones that go back like single player pinball machines.
Well, the one I know, I years ago, I knew a little about pinball machines, and I can only imagine what they're worth today. But there's one of the original games is called Fireball, and it had like the smaller flippers, and there was like a rubber wheel in the middle of the thing that would spin the ball around. If you have one of those like in perfect shape restored, yeah, that's one of the most valuable pinball machines called the Fireball.
We're gonna try some of this triple G.
Look, this thing is following me. It's so cool.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice. I thought you were doing it yourself. That's wild. That's pretty cool.
So what did you have to pay for that?
I think it was like
40
30
bucks?
I think it was like $30.
Okay. But yeah, if you're in a garden and doing videos like tutorials on how to do stuff or doing anything, that would be great to have. Just as long as your phone didn't take forever to focus. Because every time you move, that light has to refocus. Ah,
Could you guys hear that noise in the background of mine? The squealing fan from my grow. If it is, if you can, I'll turn it off.
every once in a while.
I'll turn it off. I'll be back.
It's not bothering. It's not that like, hey, go turn that off.
I'll
It
close the
just
door.
pops up once in a
Okay.
while. That's it.
Yeah, I'll close the door to make it less.
Wow.
Right
That
when I
didn't
did it.
smell like that in a jar in the bag.
Which one is that? The
You know
gas
the
phase?
garden?
What did you say?
Triple G.
Triple G. Why did I think gas phase?
No.
The garden looks pretty good.
I have gas phase right here. Maybe that's why.
Needed my light
I
from
have
right
laughing gas.
went out. But whatever. Shit happens.
Yeah, it does. Just be grateful it's not an HPS and it didn't explode with you in the room.
Or mercury. You have mercury there.
I had this friend out in California and I literally had to kick him out of the room because he was sweeping like a maniac trying to get things cleaned up in the room. And we dropped hang 1,000-watt lights. So there's no reflectors around these lights. They're only like 4 to 5 feet off the ground. And he's using a big push broom in his room, not watching where he's at. He turned around and ended up smashing the light in between the broom handle and his face.
Well,
Had to take him to the
years ago,
hospital. He had glass in his eye.
uh, I had a metal halide, which is like a little drop of mercury in the capsule of the bulb,
Hmm?
blow out, and then I wasn't in the room, but like all the leaves and even the 4x8 plastic tray had, some of them were bigger than pinholes, but everywhere that when it blew up, that mercury
Glass.
scattered at like whatever temperature, yeah, it just burned right through the tray. Like there was all these holes, all the leaves. Uh, didn't like, yeah, but that's like HPS bulbs. They usually, yeah, they just don't come on or they don't blow up.
They
But metal
metal
halide, when
halides.
you go too long with them,
Boom.
change them, Yeah, sometimes when they go out, they just blow up.
And they are like grenades going off. I've had a couple of them go off in basements. Oh, no wonder why my room's colder. The air conditioner's still on.
Got a bunch of seeds started. There's some auto flowers that are just popping. Everything's starting to bounce back from being in little pots for a while.
Hmm.
Which one is this? Oh, this is apple fritter to chemo. That's chemdog to chemo. And that's papaya. I still gotta pick out males. So I put a couple seeds in each. There's 4 in this one, 3 in that one, 3 in that 10-gallon. This is just a single plant and a 5. That's a 5. That's a 5. That's a 5. These little ones are in a solo cup. Like, actually, they're not even like full-size solo cups. I just use these little things to start with because I bought like 700 of them for like a couple bucks.
Oh, man. I leaned forward and pot just stuck to my shirt.
But I'm gonna get out of here, shut the light off. I mean, turn the light back up. We're putting this up in a week. It's going all right.
Well, it's finally up. That's the biggest thing. Now you just need time and fill it up. Like you said, they may have found some lights. Go for it. Can't wait to see what a full room looks like instead of a basement tent.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I want to take a dab. Just can't. So
Why can't you, Robert?
I got something in my eye too, so that's irritating me. I feel it. It's my eyelashes are too long.
Uh,
So it's one of these two. Karma cocktail, garlic cocktail, and I don't know the second one. J1. I don't know which one to dab. That's J1,
J1.
and that's the garlic
Do
cocktail.
a J1 for J5.
Yeah, I gotta get the Jack in my life. I love that smell.
Jack Herrera.
Yeah.
I don't think I have any Jack.
I grew black Jack
Basically because it's kind of citrus.
14 years, 12, 13, 11, 12 years ago. That shit was fire. That was like the best thing I ever grew. And ever since then, I couldn't find any Jack. It was like, it just fell off. Like literally fell off.
It's not the new hype strain. That's why.
No, it fell off instantly.
And it took a little bit longer to flower. It was
Yeah,
a 75-day, 80-day plant.
was a good cross plant, like the blackjack that I had. It was freaking amazing. There was a little lemon to it at the end. Now that you're saying that,
Yeah.
yeah. But this
But
concentrate,
hey, I made tons of clones of it.
yeah, I can smell some citrus now that you say that.
Just because I don't like it doesn't mean that I don't do it or I don't have it or I don't carry it.
Tips, cheap tips and alcohol to clean my stuff.
Like the lemon G cross, I may have to go about that a whole different way now that I've been thinking about it. And, you know, what I thought was going to transfer didn't transfer. So instead of ending up with this lemon pledge cleaner, it came out like a sweeter lemon candy turp. And I really wasn't looking for that. But just because I don't like it or it wasn't what way I wanted it to go, doesn't mean shit. It all demand, what do you people think? Does it sell? So, and I'm really envious with a lot of you people out there that can pick up these little hints of hazelnut or something like that in cannabis. I wish I could because I enjoy the plant so much, but here I'm left as a cause and effect person, which is all right, but I'd really love to experience what you guys experience as far as flavors go and to be able to describe them that way. Because there's some people out there that can write up some good reviews and their palate is just huge. I'd be standing there smoking the same fucking weed, and I'm like, man, I get this flavor from it, and that's it. And you get all that. Wow. Yeah. I'm actually going to be looking for people that maybe want to give their opinions on some flower.
I wonder. I want to stay at 1,000 watts, but 1,000 watts between LEDs seems pretty good. Like true
Now,
1,000 watts.
that's what I'm talking about. Does it pull 1,000 watts from the wall, or is it the equivalent to 1,000 watt?
No, like the HLG 600 is a 600 watt light. I'm looking for something about 400 to fill in the other part. Maybe five. I don't really want to go over 1,200 right now.
Why not fill your room with the correct amount of light?
Money. Electricity here is crazy.
Well, then just don't run the light at 100%. Turn it down to 85%.
Yeah, but that still racks up a bill, especially if you're running on veg.
Yeah, veg. I wouldn't go
And veg,
600
should be running probably at 50. Yeah.
I'm going for 300, I think. Anything over 300 for my veg. I gotta get another veg room.
I think 1,000 watts spread out pretty evenly. Work well right now. Gives me enough room to walk around everything. I went from one
But
light to technically two.
to walk in my rooms, you need to remove plants.
I need to be able to walk around. That last rip infestation, when I had to physically take out the plants to spray them and stuff. I'm never doing that again. If I have to move them over a little bit to spray them, that's okay, but I'm never gonna have to pull out all the plants again. That shit gets annoying.
No, you just pull out enough to make a walk area.
Still gotta rotate every plant, make sure you get underneath it, really spray it. I've actually been using plant therapy the last, I don't know, a couple of months. It's all right. Smells good. Um, I want to put, dude, heated floors would be dope. I've been looking at heated floors. Instead of buying a heater, just get an electrician in, a little heated floor in. They have electric heat, and they got hot water heat. Is cool too.
If people may be out there thinking about, hey, what if the water tank goes out the next time? I would definitely go with water on demand if you have a natural gas hookup. I wouldn't run one if it was electric. But that's the way I would go, is an on demand where it's just instant.
That'd be dope.
Yeah. And they're not that much more expensive, really.
I've never had good luck with heating pads or ever. I've had better luck just trying to keep the area warm than like trying to like slide a heating pad underneath. And I don't know. I never have good luck with that.
The first time I went out to the grocery store out in Youngstown, this was 1997, 96. I went the wrong way and I pulled into a mushroom farm, and they had a little shop up front. And that was the first time I got to see like a 6x8 heating mat. And then I went to the hydro store and they had one that was like 2x4 feet long. And it literally was like 4 times the price they were asking for that big ass one at the mushroom farm. But yeah, it was nice to find the mushroom farm.
Sorry, I'm looking through my seeds. I really want to pop something. I don't know what, bro. I'm itchy. I haven't had a
Because I
garden.
think I'm thinking about adding old mushroom bricks to my soil.
Oh shit, one Agent Orange seed.
Anybody out there ever use mushroom bricks in their soil?
I do.
Okay.
I've shown pink oysters and shit on here before.
Did a couple years ago when I had the blue oysters, a couple other.
I think I'm gonna see if these pop. I got Michelangelo and Donatello.
Nice.
Did you see any difference in those plants? I'm just wondering if there's any benefit from the block itself, or is it
Oh,
spent?
yeah, adding the fungal dominance helps a lot. You're really just inoculating your soil with a bunch of mycelia, you know. So if you put it on there after the last, I mean, I usually do 2 flushes, and then you kind of get a third flush depending on what you're using for food. But normally I get about 2.5 flushes. And then as soon as I'm done that second, I break it. I used to break them down and put them in my soil downstairs or put them outside in the soil. Like I used to put them like right.
Do you dry it out, or you leave
No.
it all moist?
Yeah, wet.
Okay.
Don't let it dry out. I feel like it needs to. I feel like the moisture, the better. Just like the mushrooms, you know what I mean. That's how you keep it alive. I feel like if it dries out, the mycelium might die or go dormant.
Yeah,
I don't know.
well, mine's going to be going dormant a lot. Well, I don't
you
keep
can
the pods
inoculate
totally
them.
wet
Just
all the
wet them
time.
before you put them in. Wet them. See if they start growing white again.
Yeah, soak them again.
No harm in trying, and no harm adding dry ones either. You know what I mean? It's still gonna help. It can't hurt. Nothing.
No, as long as it takes up space, because that's what I'm looking for, is, something to help take care of the space. And if it can be a byproduct from someone else using it first, then cool.
What are they using? Manure?
Yeah.
And what kind of manure? Because I think the blocks I got were horse manure, but I bought blocks already sterile.
Yeah, when I was out in California at that event, there were guys that showed up in a Jeep Grand Cherokee with like 3 or 4 different types of mushroom blocks in it that they were giving out to people. That's why I was asking, because it was like, okay, well, shit, they're giving it out to people because they're done with it. That product is done for them. Now they're just passing it on to the next person that can use that as a medium and bring something else to their grow that's going to hopefully improve their growth.
Yeah, I need to set up another monitoring setup. I've just been lazy. You have to be so sterile to get everything right. Contamination is a killer in the mycology game.
I know, that's why I gave up after like the 3rd or 4th time of fucking up the first part of it. I said, you know what? Nah, I'll just grow weed.
I know people that make a little still air box and everything.
I did mine under my plants, the blue oysters. Those are easy though. They're easy as hell.
Yeah, I'll let someone else do the mushrooms.
There's
Besides that, I just don't care for taking mushrooms anymore.
Yeah,
I take them. I like them.
but I have the edible ones instead.
Yeah, I fuck with mushrooms. Shout out Marshall.
Yeah, see, the problems with mushrooms is I have more memories after, and then like a lot of my memories from my past aren't that great, and so like I'd rather not remember some of the stuff, like those pathways in my brain. I'd rather have those not linked up and fucking have these badass memories. Like, man, sometimes I have these horrible memories, man. It sucks, all because I did some mushrooms. Man,
I'm thinking about, I don't know, I want to go to a festival soon. It's like a DMT type of vibe coming up.
that would be cool to do. I'll try DMT or something different.
DMT's crazy. If you blast off, you're in another world.
Yeah, I've never done that, so I would do anything new, but I've done enough mushrooms when I was a teenager, allegedly, that I was, yeah, I blasted off way back then with that stuff. So, like,
It's way different. Way different high. It's way more like people come, like my best friend, one of my best friends came back from a DMT trip after like 2025, maybe a little bit longer. And he was like, I'm never doing drugs again. I was like, why? He's like, dude, I was in another dimension and like I don't know, like I was talking to like a higher power and they were like, you need to stop getting high. Like I was like, oh shit, what the fuck?
yeah,
I remember I did salvia. If you guys know what salvia is.
yep.
Yeah.
Road
So
signs up.
we went to the beach and
I get a bunch of that.
you can get salvia and then they have like 10x, 20x. Obviously I don't fuck around and I went as high as I could. And for like 2 minutes I sat down and for like the last minute or two I was running around. They say supposedly I said I was jumping on Goombas, which is the mushroom in Mario. And they were like, I was running around the hotel, like jumping like Mario for the last like minute of it. I was like, they were like, yeah, we couldn't get you to stop moving. But I was out for a couple minutes too, though. That stuff's crazy.
Yeah,
That incapacitates you for a minute.
yeah, all that kind of stuff is
It made
good. Opens that doorway.
I took it a bunch of times. One, it makes me feel like I'm a magnet on the floor, and I try to lift my arms up and go like that, and suck right back down. It's crazy.
That's what.
And then also it says right on the packaging, do not watch TV or anything while doing it. I did it while watching TV, and I got sucked into the TV, and literally I was in the show I was watching, doing shit with the guy. It was crazy for like 2 minutes.
So technically, you're supposed to. It's like a spiritual thing. Like it's a ceremony. It's been around for a long time too, salvia. Um, I don't know. I think I've researched this. I can't remember. This might be bullshit, but I'll say it anyways. What I remember of salvia's like history is I think it Mayans or Aztecs or one of the older, like really older civilizations used to burn it as an incense while sitting in a temple, and they would open gates with water rushing through underneath the temple, and it would vibrate, and they would like just sit in the room and meditate. So that's technically, I think, I'm not. I might be lying to you, but you can research it and tell me. At least I'm putting a warning on it. I think I know. I think I read that.
Don't say you're lying, just say this is what I think or I presumably remember.
Well,
And put that on there.
I'm not lying on purpose. I don't know. For some reason, that's in my head. So I think I've read it because I've looked up the history of salvia.
Because I've been wrong so many fucking times. That's why I say, hey, this, I don't know, I'm not an expert type shit type thing, you know, because I may be saying the wrong thing or I may have it halfway right. But if I don't know, that's exactly the answer you're going to get. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
So that triple G, that puts on I smoked half of the joint, maybe a little bit more than half of it. And it's a nice,
Oh, dude, I
energetic
think I'm right.
head high. This would be good to have conversation with.
Mm-mm-mm.
Let me know if that gets too loud, if you can even hear it.
So,
So yeah. Yeah, these people used it in their ceremonies. I think I was wrong on the civilization, but I was kind of right.
right.
There's more people like in depth with it. It'd be cool, dude. Think about it. Like, imagine having a water feature underneath you while you're tripping, like vibrating, like going through rushing water. Um, I was watching Hamilton's Pharmacopoeia, and I think it was the ayahuasca one. It might have been the peyote one, but he went to like where it was from, and he couldn't find a shaman to like actually do it, which was
Yeah,
interesting.
fuck that shit.
I think it was
That
one of those.
that's the shit that makes you puke.
I also watched him suck
Oh.
Zion from a condom. But
I always have to question what you're sucking out of a condom. Wait, what might this really be?
it's
Yeah,
like
sucking shit out of a condom and taking shit that makes you puke or get sick for a long period of time before you trip are not two things I'm going to be doing.
Exactly.
I don't mind the puking part. I just don't know about sucking stuff out of a condom, bro. I've never done that before, and I don't plan on doing
a million right.
Man, I puked for like probably a good 2.5 hours off some peyote. But
it.
yeah, I
So
don't think I want to go past that.
I could appreciate the rebirth after the puking, that feeling of brand new.
Well, the feeling didn't go away for like, I took it Thursday night at the festival and I was driving home Sunday. It did rain Saturday, but the drive home was so much more vibrant green. The blue sky was so pretty powder blue. Yeah, that's the first time that, it's like, God damn, I drank that tea and I haven't stopped tripping for 14 hours. Then you get to like 18 hours and 20 hours. And you're like, this is cool, but can I come back? You know, we don't talk about that part of it. You know, we talk about taking and everything and what we experienced, but, you know, DMT has like a couple minutes compared to a hit of paper that could be 8 to 10 hours to a peyote tea that could be 20, 24 hours or some of this other stuff you're talking
That's crazy.
about.
I found it.
Oh, I've done a 12-hour trip. The first time I did some medicine, allegedly.
Okay, so if we look in his hand, we'll see not a rubber glove or anything. And he fills it up with some gas and inhales it. It's a big ass condom.
No, that's just a condom used to its fullest extent.
Look, it's a condom.
Because you don't have a balloon, that's awesome.
He had nothing. He was like, "This is all."
I see. I would. That's the only reason I would see that use one.
He was like, "This is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and this is all I have to do it with."
Yeah.
He said,
See, that's
"You put my
acceptable.
milk on the bottle."
I'll accept that.
Well, for his sake, I hope it wasn't a lubed one.
Or a pre-used one.
XENON. Yes.
That sounds like a gas that they use to use in like
Neon.
neons.
That's argon.
That actually there's a couple different gases. That's what actually gives off the color.
Maybe. I don't know. What's Xeon? I don't want to look it up. I've looked up everything. What time is it? We almost at the 20.
No.
We just missed it by 10 minutes. So we're 10 minutes late. Or you are.
Going in on this little dabby.
I was just thinking, I want to take a dab, but I don't want to heat up the rig. So I might grab my portable dabber real quick.
Smoking some hash and with
I've been bringing this thing
flour.
down with me to every show. I even brought it to Vegas, didn't clean it, nothing. This thing hits really good for what it is. It's $30. It's got a ceramic coil. It's from Ooze, which is a pretty reputable company. But if you're looking for like a cheap portable dabber, this one definitely has worked very well. Like, look at how used that is. All the old oil. And I'm about to put some diamonds in here right now.
What flavor did you get? You said
GMO diamond.
the GMO classic. Is it all gassy or all garlicky?
It smells like a gym sock that smells like onions. I don't know. It hits you when you smell it. It's funky. There's a lot of herbs in it.
Yeah, this garlic cocktail was super. Running a little bit too hot once again.
Dude, I said that the other day. I might buy a dab right or one of those terpometers.
Yeah, I don't dab enough to do that.
I could probably get him to send me.
Yeah. You know what? Forget it.
We'll see if they're at TPE next year, and I'll talk to them.
I hope I get it myself in my car.
That's a pretty good dab for a portable dabber. I only heat it up twice in a row. I don't go over that because then it gets a little too hot. Shit. But if you are gonna get this, I will warn you now. You need to keep it standing straight up when it has oil in it, or it will leak everywhere. So I use like old weed container or something, and I just plop it in there. It just stays straight up. It stands up, but not very well. Oh,
Oh shit.
I'm so
The second half of this joint, after relighting it, doesn't taste that bad. That's another thing. When you go to relight a joint, does it taste like it kind of did when you put it out, or does it taste like ass?
That's a big one because I put joints out a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like I'll be smoking alone all the time, so like I don't need a whole joint. Sometimes I'm just trying to take a couple of hits. Especially if I roll a fatty, I don't need like a gram to myself at at that time. Especially when I have oil, I'll be dabbing straight all the time.
Man, I'm ripped.
I can't see.
You
Yeah,
guys know where to get garlic cocktail plants, seeds? No, I'm gonna look it up. I'm tired of not knowing already.
I got a lot of cool things coming out. Hopefully. So I got everything I made is growing right now. Um, I have some of that evergreen genetics, the free seed day pack I won. I have some purpose genetics, Cindy 99 cross, critical push.
Like they pay other content providers, but
Keep them on my mind.
they
Mm,
make a lot of money off YouTube views.
oh, white wedding.
There's thousands and millions. Like
Um, Planet of the Grapes.
Mr.
Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff going, and I'm popping more seeds.
He gives away shit on
You got some ethos.
But the seeds I just popped that are just coming out of the dirt,
Mr.
they're getting up potted very fast, and I'm probably gonna flip them in like 2-3 weeks. Flip the whole room. I just want them big enough to give me a nice cola, and I'll probably let them grow straight up. Maybe do a little bending.
I know.
It's already 20 to fucking.
Really?
Yeah.
I try to get there at 9.
Oh,
Yeah,
hello.
Cheers.
Welcome to the show.
Bud definitely changed.
No.
Voice got a little higher.
Yeah.
Man.
I
GMO.
kind of so I'm was talking to my homie that does Vegas every year. He was like, you should definitely make it a yearly trip. Just start planning now that you're gonna go out there. I was like, dude, he's like, even if they didn't give you a goddamn pass, I'd literally walk down and walk you in. Like, he's like, if you're there, you're getting in no matter what. I was like, all right, bet.
Yeah, I had someone in Vegas tell me they could get me into the champs event. And when I got out there, it was like, well, I don't drive. And I was like, okay, I'll meet you. Well, we really don't have a pass for you for this year, but I'm sure you know, you can use one of last year's. They kind of look similar and they're really not checking. So you could just use that. And I'm like, wait a second. You told me on live that you had a ticket for me, a pass. And now that I'm showing up, oh, you can't, you're not even gonna, you don't drive, so you're not gonna come meet me and you don't have a pass. Oops.
Yeah, my homie works for Las Vegas every year, which is cool. They give him the hotel to stay in. And this year he like, we were talking to the main lady. Can't, no, names are so hard for me to remember, dude. I met so many people. Um, he was like, oh, he's one of my friends. He's with me. He was like, she was like, all right, cool. So that I had early access when I wasn't supposed to and shit. And he was like, dude, you're good. They know who you are now. I was like, yeah, especially they know who I am and they know I know you. He's like, I'm done. He's like, oh yeah.
So
He's
what
funny.
you do is that girl that he said he's one of my friends, you go up to her next year and say, if you remember her name, you say, hi, whoever.
It's Cindy.
Do you remember, Cindy? Do you remember me? I'm Smash. I'm such and such's friend. Oh, yes, from last year.
I've been talking
And
to you and I was like, I hope you like the pictures I uploaded. They're like, yeah, we love them. Like, okay, cool. I was like, you can use whatever. I put a little logo on the bottom of them. I uploaded. I filled up a whole Dropbox for them. And I
well,
had
you're in Massachusetts. You should take some pictures of some of the glass that's being done in Massachusetts and send them more pictures and post more pictures of glass. And this way you can be more accepted into that community.
I mean, I'm pretty good. I know a decent amount of artists.
You're good, but you can always be like
Yeah.
hooked up.
I'd like to get to know the bigger names like Banjo, and I'd like to get to know them on a personal level, not like a show level though, which is hard because you have to find them at like an event they're throwing at a gallery because that's when they're really like just kind of chilling. Oh, actually, one of my friends, Slate, shout out Slate, Glass. He's from Rhode Island. He just got a deal with Puffco, and they're selling his top. Puffco is actually selling his top on Puffco for a limited edition. Puffco top, um, which is dope. That's a good deal, and they got a bunch of cool stuff. But yeah, if you're at a Puffco, check it out. He's got some cool shit on there.
That's cool to be picked up by Puffco.
Dr. Dabbard, I was talking to them. I got their name. I got a bunch of people that live in Vegas's that like work for Dr. Dabber and weed companies too. And I'm hoping next year I'm gonna hit them up. They said, "Yo, if we knew, we would have let you crash." So I'm like, "Well, yeah. Hopefully next year, man. Maybe I can just crash at your crib." He's like, "Yeah, definitely. That save me so much money. I'll toss him like $100 and smoke him up the whole week, and we'll be golden."
take them out to dinner.
Oh yeah, there's a Wagyu place that he kept telling me about, and I wanted to try it, but I couldn't get like it's hard to work with three minds, you know what I mean? It was me, I had someone crashing with me, and then I had my best friend there. And we're all chilling
Okay,
together. So it's
let's put
hard.
it this way. You're saying I saved money here, but there's this Wagyu place.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that
that
if it
is
wasn't
like
the
totally
Wagyu,
blowing your budget on a piece of meat.
it wasn't that expensive. That was the cool thing. It wasn't crazy expensive. It was actually reasonably priced for Wagyu. But anyways, I wanted
It
to
was
go
under
there.
100.
If I wanted to go eat like a good dinner and not gamble really, but no one wanted to go eat a good dinner. Everyone wanted to eat trash. I didn't even get one steak when I was out there, dude. I ate at McDonald's one night because I was so tired.
I
I went back to the hotel and the Strat has a McDonald's inside. I fucking look on my McDonald's app and I fucking order food. I'm like, fuck this. I'm not. I hate like trying to like organize everyone because we were pretty happy though. We split Ubers every time we ordered an Uber together, whichever ones were together, we split them. So I'll get one there, you get the one back. I'll get the one there, you get the one back. That's how we did it all week. And it definitely saved me some money. The most expensive was my airport trip back. Mostly every trip in Vegas is going to cost you about $10 with an Uber,
yeah.
maybe a little less, $7 to $10. And
You
then
guys even got Ben doing dab or Bud doing dabs.
Hell
I
yeah.
spent,
Yeah, I
I
love
spent probably just 150 on Ubers to the event and back to the hotel to go do stuff. Um, which I planned on doing, which I still think would have been cheaper than renting a car, and I didn't have to pay any parking anywhere.
Yeah, they got all that figured out. Vegas is relatively cheap. If you were trying to do the same thing in LA, yeah, each Uber would probably be $50 because everything is spread out there. Like to
Or it
get from
takes
one
you
part of
because of
town to the
traffic.
other would cost you like, yeah, there's no $10 rides. That's in LA. If it's $10 ride, you might as well walk.
I mean,
But Vegas, yeah,
Yeah.
Vegas is like really kind
usually
of
about two
concentrated.
miles,
It's like,
two and a
even though
half.
it's like it's a city and there's all these people that live there, and if you live there, you realize, oh, Vegas is bigger than just the strip and
Dude, the
all
strip's 5 miles almost. I think
that. But it
that's a
isn't
big
like a
fucking.
regular
That's a
city.
big road.
It's
But people don't realize how long a mile is. I'm not used to walking fucking 5 miles at a time, like up and down the strip. I had fucking dude. The first day I have a picture of it, and I haven't shown it because it's kind of gross. But I had a blister on my foot that was like the size of a dime or like a nickel, and it like oh, and that was the second day. First day I could feel it like happening, and the second day I pulled my sock off at the end of the day, and I had a fucking giant blister just from walking.
yeah, well, it probably started when you had to walk through to get to the planes and shit. Airports are no joke either.
Oh yeah, I had to run. Oh yeah, I almost missed my flight. It started to
Some
fucking
airports
snow
aren't
here.
that bad, but sometimes I'm in airports where I'm like, holy shit, how far do I gotta walk?
Dude,
Yeah.
it started to snow here. So everything was late. Not my plane though, but it sat in like on the runway. I think I sat on the runway for like 20 minutes, 25, maybe longer, while they de-iced the plane and everything.
Well, at least your tire didn't fly off.
So
Yeah.
I think it was a week after I came back. 2 JetBlue planes, which is what
The
I
odds
took.
are pretty. Their odds are pretty good
Wings.
overall. But when I hear something that happens on a plane, it freaks me out. Except that statistically, yeah, your odds are. It's nothing you should really worry about. But
So the
I
week
don't
after,
know. If
two
I had a
two planes.
choice of like when a door flies off and people start getting sucked out or a tire falling off, I'd say, yeah, let the tire fall off. We figure out a way to land. But when at whatever feet something blows out and it starts sucking people out, that nah, fuck that. That's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, JetBlue was pretty nice. They had TVs, Wi-Fi.
And when you consider that a lot of the planes are like pretty old and they just keep working them every day, they work them pretty hard. Like as a piece of, if you worked your car that hard, it wouldn't last very long. But somehow these things just keep ticking.
Well, what I want to know is how the heck they keep. If I don't know how many people there watch the liftoff, NASA and SpaceX shit, the liftoffs from the rocket, like the boosters. They'll reuse the boosters. They've used these boosters like 10, 20 times now already, and they keep using the launch shit. It's crazy. How the
Yeah.
hell is they don't break down quick because of the massive impact
Well,
and the
They
it
pressure?
goes to show if
they
like
probably
Well, they don't
rebuild
go all
them
the way to
every
space.
time.
They don't go all the way to space. They break off before they get into
Yeah,
orbit.
yeah,
So
but
they're,
like,
but they
you know,
have
still, right?
just with human failure, right? The maintenance of the fleet of planes we have is enormous. The amount of maintenance that has to go on to keep all these planes, safe and mechanically sound. Just humans make mistakes, right? I mean, it's just part of like reality, right? And so, yeah, I tip my hat. Like ultimately, air travel's fucking safe as fuck. But when something happens, then it magnifies. Like one thing happens or one crash happens, and then everyone or the media especially gets like all freaked out and turns it into a big story.
Yeah.
Dude, I just had something come across. It says, man coming to see aliens arrested after search warrant reveals 90 pounds of marijuana.
Yeah, someone turned him in.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
gonna call it early.
usually when you get into like bigger things, yeah, every once in a while, random thing happens, but for the most part, yeah, there's always more to the story on both sides. I'm having my boss, that's Carrie. She drinks, and then even today, her boyfriend and her, I could tell like it was just weird shit going on. And then, of course, yeah, she showed up to do some dabs, and then I had to. Oh my god, crazy! But somehow I have to like. I had to get alcohol and clean all my shit because I like. Yeah, I get why people don't let other people do their like fuck with their dab station because it is this weird. Like I'm not even that anal about it, but I have a certain standard. Like I don't want fucking my whatever tool to be all fucking gooey, tack sticky, And oh, if you drop the carb cap on the carpet on the floor, most likely, even if you don't think you stink,
Hair.
oh, fucking hair, like
Yeah, there's some hair on that.
whatever. All right, I cleaned everything up. Shit.
Could it also be the alcohol too, where they just don't think about dabs being like really, really sticky?
Well, alcohol, like
So
yeah.
they just throw it down and they don't think
You know,
about
like
because
the horse social scene. I mean, a lot of them smoke weed, but there's also a good amount of drinking. It's like part of the seems to be part of it. Like, I really get the 5 o'clock somewhere fucking thing because oh, these people get up fucking early and like work their ass off all day because then they reward themselves with like getting shit faced at like 5 o'clock ish, right? 6 o'clock ish. It's like, you know, it's like part of the. I don't drink, so I just
Happy hour, 5 o'clock,
yeah, yeah,
9:30,
yeah.
before work's even over. You're gonna, well, it's over for those people. For us, when I was on the homestead, I was done before 10. Fuck, it's so hot, I couldn't do
Well,
nothing after that.
I mean, it has a fat. Okay, okay. People do the same thing with cannabis. See, even cannabis, you could smoke it all day and then even enjoy something different at night. Alcohol is different. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe a couple people don't have like problem with alcohol, but most people do. Like they drink too much or drink too fast or something happens where it's like, whoa, that's like a whole different person,
Yeah,
right? Like, oh, oh, if you know somebody well enough, then you're like, oh, well, you know that person and you know this person. They're like two totally different people.
yeah, I
Where
was totally
weed, I
doing that
don't
thing.
know. Trust me, I don't think like I might be a little goofier or stoned or something, but no, some other person doesn't come out. No, no.
no.
I could be a whole different person when I drink. But I've been told
Well,
like it's better.
yeah,
So
hey,
you should drink because you're fun. You're not fun when you
yeah.
don't drink. I was like, fuck you.
Anyway, I don't care what anyone else does, even people that are close to me. Like
Mhm.
because one, for many years of my life, I was like the problem person in people's life that was like the total crazy addict from one thing to another, alcohol to everything. So I put all these people, like when I changed or grew out of that, I realized, wow, like I put a lot of people through a lot of shit through that time. Anyone that cared about me. Right. So then, like, oh, I'm not judgmental about other people's stuff. Nah, I don't know. Maybe it's because I like went through all that shit. Like even my wife. Oh yeah, she was alcoholic. But oh, if I ever said that, oh, that would have been like, no, she didn't think she was. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like even in the end, I probably was the person I that on the way home she'd say, "Oh, can you stop and get whatever?" And I would always stop and get wine or tequila or whatever she was drinking. Like it wasn't like, "Oh no, I'm not buying it for you." No, I bought it for her.
Let's go. I'm so high.
Oh. Actually, my boss was one of my wife's drinking buddies for a long ass time. And then she was telling me Etchy, which is like one of the prime horses, beautiful horse, tallest one we have, female, is being shipped to Yuba City to some other breeder's ranch for upwards of over a month because has to ovulate and is because I didn't know this, but she said how much she's wasted or spent with frozen embryo and you get not embryo, sperm, or you get frozen, and then you also can get it like where it's just shipped really quick. And they tried for 2 years with no success. So now the horse is going to like an actual stud farm.
Yeah, they could send you they could send you a hot load.
Yeah. Yeah.
Send me a hot load, bro. Fuck.
Help them load the load of load into the truck.
Oh my God.
Send me a hot load. Fucking
53 bot and
Yeah,
93 sting is my water bill for this month.
what's that?
It's not even $2.
It's fucking
Better
crazy.
start watering some more plants, man. Shit. If you only got that big of a bill, I'd be watering plants a couple $100.
I get 10,000 gallons a month or 10,000 liters a month.
Ship me some water.
Well, I mean,
Not water.
that's where in like, I mean, Canada's not much different than the United States when it comes to the economic situation. Yeah, our what do you call it? Our cost of living pretty much is just and like the economy or the wage or whatever it doesn't line up. it's like yeah, like things like water, gas, power, like all these things, like varying rates across the country, but all like at pretty high rates. Like sometimes I don't buy heating oil, but I've always hear these news stories about the price of heating oil and people's life depends on it and yeah, we're so dependent on things. It's crazy.
Okay. Yeah. Huh.
All right. Let's see. Not really comments. Cheers, people watching. I have to go help my blind dog real quick.
Wow, the headset got hot.
Man, I gotta
Cool.
go.
I got 63 Sting for my plastic bottles. That'll go help pay the water bill. When I was in Michigan, I think it was just to connect to the water and sewer was like $62 a month.
100 to hook up out here. A re-hook
That's a
up.
lot.
Right when they shut it off, and you want them to hook it back up. It's like that's gonna be $100, bro. It's like 100.
Yeah.
You shut it off 5 minutes ago. But yeah, we'll see if the guy can come back out. It still cost you 100. It's like damn. But it's only happened once to me.
And they don't even come to the house because there's nothing at the house. It's all at the box. And today, it's probably right at the computer screen. They could hit that button right there.
Yeah, they could do that with my electricity. Shut it off from there.
And that's the way it should be. There shouldn't be any more, you know. I understand that people are going to lose their jobs. Well, everybody's going to lose their job to a computer. I see them now pouring 3D printed cement buildings.
Yeah.
Game over for the bricklayer. Now, there goes my profession. That's the way they want everything. They want it all to be done by computers.
Well, I think I first started saying this to my friends, the grower friends. They're not going to be able to scale dank. And so far,
No.
yeah, I think I'm right. Right. And oh, it's been a battle, but I think in the long run, that fact that somehow you can't scale dank will like be what keeps the game alive.
Between the 20 and 50 light area. Four lights, 5 lights per room, run like 5, 6, 7 rooms. And just run a complete room of that strain. Don't break it up between this one, that one. do a whole monocrop. Because yeah, I'd like to have a lot of flavors, but when it comes down to actually trying to possibly move any of it, people don't want, 8 ounces of this, 12 ounces of that. They want a pound, 2 pounds, 3 pounds of this. They don't want to hear ounces, they want to hear pounds today. Now, if you're growing for yourself, shit, grow as many different as you can. But I'd rather grow like 7 strains really, really good, and then just trade with everybody. Hardcore. Bud taking us to work.
Yeah, I now I'm driving around the property because somehow Carrie, my boss, in one of her trucks is down parked. I didn't want to stop and find out concerning the shape she was in like half hour ago. But somehow she's driven down to the barn. I don't know, like I got to get out of here. There's another way. Yeah, I made it. I've been since this morning doing whatever. We're we She went to the Home Depot. It was it was really a forklift worth of fucking wood that came back on the trailer. The Me and her boyfriend unloaded. It's built turnout shelters, like so it's all four redwood, big planks of treated redwood because it's got to be weatherproof. It was heavy. And a lot of it, one at a time, had to get unstacked. When a forklift loaded it, it was like, yeah, I guess. All right, let's get it done.
Wish we had a forklift now.
Well, we have a tractor, and you can stick these forklift things on the bucket. But the way it was on the trailer, yeah, and had to be unstacked anyhow. So I just did it.
Man, it's getting hot out quick today. So I figure about this time next month, I'll be picking fruit off my tree for the last time of the year. I still see one green one. That probably won't be done. But it's going to be loaded next year with fruit.
Hi, Bill
It
and Jill.
actually, oh, go ahead.
Cobra Cap.
So the tree actually is growing like, let me see if I can't take you over here. Pick you up and step up here. It's like making pods for next year. And this is what it'd be fruit. So all these little pods on the tips will be at big bunches of fruit like that. But like I say, there's a green one way up there. And that's going to be the last one. So there's been 2 harvests off this tree during the growing season here. And they get quite a few of them. I think each harvest probably close to 100 to 120 pounds of fruit. And you're getting twice that each year. That here in Thailand, that's pretty good money. So the hardcore join us or not?
Says he's here, but he might not be in front.
Yeah, I'm just finishing getting this
I
grout
thought
lines
I
cleared
lost
up
all you.
before I go home. So I don't have to drive all the way over here for fucking hours worth of work tomorrow. Plus, it's easier to scrape it when it's a little bit tacky still. Yeah, because I got no life. Other than you guys.
I don't know. I've been chatting away here. I'm pretty high. Not stoned, I'm high. It's a happy high, though. It was a good $1.50 spent on a joint. How's everyone doing on their dabs?
I'm just smoking the rest of this joint. The nighttime shit. Can't think of the name of it right now. Couple breaths, I think. I think it might be.
You had it right at the beginning, the nighttime shit, man.
Yeah. Take it and
Yeah,
go.
that's one thing that is not big here in Thailand. And for some reason, I just think it's because it doesn't have that fruity flavor. They don't charge a lot for it. It's usually like the cheapest thing on the menu.
Huh, that's crazy.
Oh, but it's nice when you find a decent one because you're like, okay,
Okay. Right
you
on.
know, how much if I buy like 20 or 30 grams? Oh, you want to buy that one and not one of these expensive ones? Oh, we'll sell you that one.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, cool. I got something that's going to get me stoned for a while.
Yeah, right on.
And then you hit a period like now where it's all this, you know, more head high because I've already smoked all that.
Yeah. Everybody fall asleep?
I was wondering that. I was wondering if my mic was out and I just wasn't hearing people or
I'm still here.
Oh, wow. He's in a dead zone. Something buzzed in a dead zone.
not too far away from his house.
You can't hear me or no?
You're roboting, bud.
Yeah.
But now it seems to be fine and loud. Perfect.
Yeah, well, luckily I was just cruising because, yeah, I don't know, it was a highway patrol, like parked in the like motel on the highway there, like parked in a position he was hoping to catch somebody speed. It's like yeah, a lot of times I go a lot faster right there because it's just wide open highway, but I think I got lucky. I was so stoned, I was just cruising.
True.
Well, that's good.
I probably would have got a ticket. Or maybe he's just sitting there resting. Who knows?
Taking a nap.
Yeah.
You used
Anyway,
to see that a lot, actually.
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good weekend. I'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah. All right, dude.
Later, D.
Later, guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Always.
I just saw you left. You guys want to keep it running?
Sure.
Right on. Who wants to be host?
Well, I'll be host.
Well,
I'm almost to the garden.
enjoy. Hop on, folks.
It's one of the rooms. Let's see. I think it's 3 nights. 3 nights ago. What's today? Saturday night. Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, set the room Wednesday and took clones and did all that. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine, but I haven't been there since Wednesday. Maybe it was Thursday. It's been a couple days. Automation, even though it's like the crudest form of it, yeah, it's reliable.
He's blind. Move to
Ah,
my eyes are dried out. It hurts.
I don't know. I went and got some ice and something else to drink, and damn, it got hot out here.
Yeah, it got almost to 90 degrees today.
Let's see. I'm going to grab a cigarette.
Now we're back down to 57.
Current temperature 88 degrees, it says, with a high of 100 and a low of 66.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was sunny today, second day of sunny, so it was a little warm. I don't maybe 70 some low 70. Yeah, because like it's still winter here. There's
Yeah.
probably still more. Oh, and once it gets dark, oh, it gets cold. It's still winter. It's not. Maybe spring's around the corner. We'll see. But this year, there's been a lot of weather for Southern California, like rain and cold and all that.
My mom's flowers have started to bloom 3 weeks earlier than they normally do. This year was a really mild winter here in Thailand. I mean, it was hardly in the low 40s.
But so,
And
okay, yeah, obviously you're describing kind of like summer temperatures or what? So what technical season are you in right now?
spring,
Spring. So you're just like a
yeah,
little ahead of us,
April,
like a few months ahead of us, sort of.
a little
And
bit.
then you're closer to the equator, so your weather's just different.
Mhm.
It's seasons and everything.
I was quite surprised that living in Shanghai, that when Ohio got cold and Michigan got cold, it was cold in Thailand too at night. But during the daytime, it's all right when it goes up to 79, 82, 83 during the day and then drops down to 40. But when you go up to like 95, 96, 97, and then drop down to like 50. It's a big difference. And just being a little bit warmer during the day to the colder night. But it still gets, I mean, shit. It's 68 degrees and I'm wearing a jacket outside. I come from Ohio, Michigan, you know. We had a record of 82, 83 days below zero. And that wasn't below 32 zero. That's below 0 0.
Well, you know, a lot of the years I grew, I just moved air from outside through the rooms. And the point I'm going to say is, yeah, there was a thing that I don't know where I learned it or like the concept, but it was like, as a new grower back then, I was what other older guys taught me or knew. It was, we called it the diff. Like, even because we ran in the daytime, slept in the daytime and ran at night, sometimes like certain, like, you need the right diff. The temperature needs to be lower when they're sleeping than it is when the light's on or when the sun's out. It was, there's like a diff, right? And sometimes just dialing that in, trying to have 15, 20 degrees difference, made the difference in some varieties. Today with sealed room in this environment, it's more like, yeah, you can set up thermostats and have like different thermostat settings for different time zones, but most time you just go with like a more level. Like, yeah, if I look at my data, oh, the temperature doesn't change much from when the lights is on to lights off, right? There's not much difference. Yeah, I think back, like if I had to think, yeah, why did some of my batches used to come out so much better, and today, for the last so many years, they come out different. But, sealed rooms has its pros and cons too. Because one thing in certain batches, I was also, whatever the weather was, so if it was a cold snap or if it was a little warmer or drier or all the different weather that would go on during 60-day cycle, you were basically just pulling that in your room. So they had minute changes all the time, where today, oh yeah, when you get your like split minis and everything's dialed in, it pretty much just stays pretty much level, day in, day out, month in, month out, year in, year out. I think that has an effect. Like, some of that's like, I don't know how to explain that, but environmental, like, that's why some outdoor weed has certain like effects, because it goes through all that.
That's basically why I did seeds during the summer, because I found out that the crops that I grew in a little bit colder temperature months were the best crops. I got more weight. The bud was better. In the summer, that would change. The buds come out a little bit more spindlier. But yeah, I believe in a big, not a big drop, but a 6 to 10 degree drop is good. But I'm growing a lot of broadleaf plants, a lot of indica, stuff like that too. So they naturally have a colder temperature during their harvest time. I could see it having a reverse effect on more of a sativa strain and making it take longer to finish too. Because the farther you go south, yeah, there's a temperature difference, but it's not like up here. Like for you up in the northwest and everything, northeast, you get the people coming up and looking at the leaves changing colors. Well, that's where I live is in Thailand, is where people come to see the change in the color of the leaves. And movie again. So after we get off of here, I get the fun job of sitting down and taking pictures and writing out descriptions of a whole bunch of seed packs. That's what my day is going to be done doing. It'll probably end up taking me all day to do that. Back around, yeah. I was going to ask him if he heard of a band called the Lizards.
G5 hanging around in chat.
Don't feel bad either. I can't see it. Yeah, that came out fucked up. Not high, just stupid today. This heat may send me running inside to the air conditioning soon. won't be saying that next month. I'll be using 2 portable heaters. Oh, well, we keep the garage at 60 degrees. Yeah, it ain't 60 degrees on the 3rd floor. And I've got to shut the door because you don't like the smell of cannabis in your garage. Actually, it travels down into the 2nd floor loft where my dad's at. It took him about 7 months before he made a comment about it. I thought the door being shut and being the next floor up would be good enough, but I guess not. Just sitting here watching a delivery van go by. They're flash delivery. You don't see them out here too often. But that is one thing in Thailand that if you order something from like Bangkok or even farther south, you've got it within 48 hours. And it's only a couple dollars. It's not like 15, 20, 30 bucks. We're talking like $4 or $5. And they do even have like overnight service, but you don't need it. They're just really efficient. Wish the United States was like that. Wish you would all wake up and decide not to pay $60 a month for your phone bill. When other countries, and I just don't mean one, I mean there's a lot of countries where that $60 a month phone bill you got is like $12, $13.
Yeah, but the United States has always been when there's a motto. When someone says, "Well, what's the price?" It's the price is how much someone's willing to pay for it,
Willing to pay.
right? And that's how our prices are built. Like you say, oh well, people didn't. Well, yeah, that's not how that works. It's like people pay what. Yeah, like yeah. And when you look at your phone bill, there's a lot of taxes and all these other fees that are part of the bill too. So it'll never be that much because like one of the fees is probably $13 a month
Yeah.
to federal tax or something like that.
There's probably not just one federal tax. There's probably like 3 different federal taxes that you have to pay.
Yeah, they have, I don't know what they're called, telecommunication fee, whatever the fuck, FCC, all this bullshit. Even right next to my new house is this giant fucking cell tower and this like brick concrete weird building that was part of it, all the stuff for like a major one. I guess I found out a couple weeks ago it was Sprint and whatever its company was. And yeah, it's right over the fence line on the neighbor's property. He gets, I think she says $3,600 a month for all these years, but it's been decommissioned years ago because the other companies put in these other bigger system towers that everything runs on. So that became obsolete. So there's no cell data going through it. It's there. But
he just got lucky and signed a 30-year lease. That's all.
Well, part of the thing is that, yeah, if the cost, over time they pay out, but the bottom line is, it would cost a lot of money, big cranes and all kinds of
down
to take it down. So they just keep paying it out. But ultimately, like, yeah, who's paying that? You and the bill. Like they probably have a whole bunch of situations like that. A lot of those ones where they use trees, those fake trees, palm trees and stuff, and different trees, those are out of commission, and those people probably still get paid because it's on their property.
Yeah,
that's just the way the stupid system works for some people.
There's certain companies that even if they have like a broken piece of equipment on the property, they can claim it as an active job site.
Yeah, they probably have a way that the Sprint or whoever is making money, or like filing it under whatever in their books. And
yeah, and it's a tax write-off. A lot of oil companies will leave a piece of broken down equipment on your property, and it's just an active site, so they can keep on collecting a tax break or whatever from it. There's actually a piece of logging equipment on our property in Southern Ohio that's what the guy's been claiming. Need to get that piece of shit off the property soon. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go get some more of that triple G. I've been high now for a good hour. Of course, I always get higher when I'm hanging out with you guys. Probably because I'm not sitting here smoking alone. Maybe 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 miles away, but we're still connected. gonna be definitely different going back next month, coming back and actually having Ohio be wrecked now. Everybody won't be hiding. They've gone wrecked, but you still can't buy it any place. And from what I understand, they're going to allow 40 new class 3 license, but I don't know what type 3 or class 3 license are. But they think the number of facilities that they have is good enough, and it probably is, considering how many other states have overages. Give my mom a tie to grow in her front yard. Here you go, put this out in your flower bed this year, Mom. That's why I said it's 29 years since pot's been grown on the farm. Now we can do it legally. Got to throw something in the ground for the first year.
Well, I get to, oh shit, oh here it is. It stuck to me. That's a good sign. I'm gonna smoke the first joint of Bubba. Yeah.
Were you trying to tell us the bud was stuck to you?
Yeah, I plucked off the branch that's all ready to go. And I just gotta trim it and I think I'm gonna scissor it. I've been like sometimes I don't use my grinder, I use scissors and I realize, yeah, weed tastes better in a joint when you use scissors. Like it smokes better. Even though I'm like, oh, I don't over grind it. But yeah, just the grinder, like sometimes if I really want to grow a really good joint, I'll take the time and scissor it. And it's better. That's just my opinion.
I like doing that with fresh weed.
But that adds a lot of time. And you have to do it like, yeah, you can't just get all, I mean, if you're just gonna get all like crunchy with it anyway, you might as well just use a grinder.
But it's going to take you 10 minutes to roll that joint.
Yeah, a couple minutes at least, or yeah, it's more, definitely more time.
I still gotta go through it by finger.
But I can remember as yeah, like I don't know when grinders became just a thing, but there were a lot of years yeah, we used to use scissors or your fingers, you'd try, whatever it was. Yeah. Well, a lot of times if you were just out and about, it wasn't like you just had a grinder on you. But you always had papers.
Yep. The last time I took my wash to the laundry, the lady was pulling out my shorts and she handed me back my grinder. There was a plastic grinder in one of my short pockets. Oh, here's your grinder back. Thank you.
I'm particular about the like I don't plastic grinders or certain style grinders. No, I always forget the name of the company, but it's been around forever and it's based in San Clemente, California. Uh, wait, and yeah, they just make. I don't buy the like stack where it has a screen, but and they make a black aluminum titanium one or whatever, or ionized black, or is this the silver? And I have two of them. Uh, they've lasted forever, no teeth break, and it's just that it's a certain design. But I've sometimes used other grinders, and oh yeah, grinders matter,
Yeah,
especially the ones that have like the they're like made out of wood or where they just have like needles of pinpoint ones. Yeah, those
the pins.
pins. Yeah, you think that should work good, and it does break it up fine and dandy, but no,
Until you hit a seed.
or it's just not the right consistency. I don't know. Everybody might have it different, roll their joints different, and that's like a yeah. I appreciate. I mean,
Yeah,
like I roll a lot of joints, but mine are not like these. Like I don't know what you see is like pre rolls or and some of those. Oh yeah, done with the machine, but no, there's these certain people that like are like known as these like joint rollers that like do these hand roll perfect like 3 5 gram whatever joints bigger than that even. They're usually a good amount of weed where I don't roll like I don't like joints that big. Like I think it it's hard for no,
the flavor.
yeah.
It turns to
I mean I
hash
get it
really
when
quick.
you're in a circle with a bunch of people and all that. And but even today, yeah, I was sort of that way. I'm not a germaphobe, but I sort of was. Like when I was at shows and stuff, and me and my wife would light a joint up, we would hit it, and then if we passed it, like even if it got passed
It
back
was
to us,
gone.
like we weren't taking it back. Like yeah, way before COVID, we were that way. Like like yeah, we didn't want other people's germs.
In Ohio, when the weather would change, yeah, it would turn that way in the summer. Everybody'd be sharing joints. The weather start changing. People be like, no, that's all right.
Well, we would like live in our own world for months on end and never get sick. And then we go like to events or shows and then come home and be sick from
Get
other
the
like
Wookie foot.
yeah, we always say it was like from other people. Like if we stayed away from other people, we never got sick. Like we were that way, like fucking I was that way a long ass time ago. After getting sick Wookiee flu or whatever the fuck. It was like part of like, yeah, crowds. Oh yeah, that's it. Bubba could.
Buddy's getting all stoned now. That's the way I wish I could be. Stoned. Making my mouth water thinking about that taste and flavor. It's completely different than the fruit. The expansion of the lungs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess selection over time, we selected away from things like that. There used to be weed that was like super expando, like you could barely hit it without just coughing your brain out, right? I could see where if you were up the ladder of the creation of genetics, that and you listen to what people said, there was probably, as much as like certain stoners love that kind of weed, right? Most people complain that, oh, that shit, like, fuck, I couldn't even hit it. It made me expando, it cough, right? So then, or even just yourself would maybe choose in the next generation down, get away from whatever that was, just because, yeah, is that a trait that's desirable? Like today, it sort of would be because we haven't had that much expando weed in a while. But back when there was like other weed that was just as good and tasty and all that, but didn't do that.
Make you cough.
Well, you know, like there's the enthusiast or like the people that are really into weed, and then that's just like a minuscule percentage of people who consume weed, right? So when you start looking at like, well, and the people that grow weed and breed weed, well, people that breed weed are depending on people who grow weed to to buy their seeds, support their endeavor. But people who grow weed are really answerable to like the public who smokes weed, right? Like breeders, I guess, are ultimately, but they're like one step removed. You know what I mean? Like a smoker, like just a smoker, they have no reason to care about the breeder. They care about well, they might, but who grew it? And most of the time, breeders don't aren't responsible for any like product that they grow and have on the market. Even way back in 2010, when this whole seed thing started, high times events, the boost. Yeah, I always thought that if somebody, one of the the many different companies that were around then, and some of them still around from that day now, like ever had it that when you went to their booth, you could, there's the seeds and there's the weed, buds of it. You could buy some. And then, yeah, now few times was I ever able to see what a certain weed was when I got seeds back in those days. Like you might have seen a picture on the forums or something, or heard description. Maybe if it had been around a little while, you might be able to see it. Like that's when, like when I'd sell weed to 215 shops, and they owed me whatever money. Almost all the time, I would be like, oh, all right, well then. And it would always be this weird thing where I was selling them weed at like this wholesale price. But if I wanted like weed off their shelf, I had to pay like their price, which I'd be like, okay, fine, whatever. Let me have an eighth of that, an eighth of this, whatever. Take whatever, 180 bucks off, whatever it is you owe me. Before I had like, oh, that's what this I have those seeds, or I'm vegging those plants. If I saw that strain was available, I would buy it. Or even things that I picked up that way, what led me to search out that strain. But at the events, Cali Connection, Subcool, DNA, all the big names. No, like even I used to hang out at Cali Connection. There'd be customers of his, growers, that would congregate around the booth that had weed they had grown. Of that's where I saw most of the genetics. That I grew almost all of every one of his strains back then, and most of the time, either I didn't know what it was going to come out like or look like or anything, or somebody like some grower that just happened to be at the booth and just was talking or whatever, and would be like, oh yeah, here's Deadhead OG, or here's Buddha Tahoe Buddha, or whatever that one was, or different ones. I can remember a few times at those events being like, this is a dream. I can't even believe this is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Especially from all the years of the law or prohibition, whatever. And like almost anything, it was like really pretty short lived before it like became, maybe there was like 5-6 years like where the events were like really what they call, what is everyone always trying to be, is culture or community, or because almost everyone there, and they like that was part of it too, which I remember being like blown away that there was all these different types of people. Like, oh, even me, I'm a deadhead. Oh, there were a few other deadheads sprinkled in there. Oh, but there was these people and this group of people and these and this race and that race and people from this area, that area. And they were all like able to like have an event for 2 days. And this was in the era where like events and things like that would have violence and all kinds of shit associated with them. So you always ran that risk. But there was never any of that, especially like in the Southern California one, San Bernardino, which isn't even LA, but that's where they held the LA Cannabis Cups. Yeah, LA's not the only city that is like this, but it's an extreme version of it where, all these neighborhoods and different groups of people from the neighborhoods, the gangs, or it's not even, you don't have to be part of a gang. It's like these, for all those people to gather together and not have a problem is like impossible. But at cannabis events, they did it all those years.
That's one thing, you know, if you don't sell alcohol and you only really promote cannabis, you really don't have problems with
Well,
anything
cannabis,
like that.
Mycology events always sold alcohol. There was always a beer garden thing. It wasn't that frequented, but some people were there. There was always that. There was a fairgrounds always. So fairgrounds, you know, yeah, they sold some beer. I think Emerald Cup you can get beer. Like it is kind of weird that like that cannabis events who have a choice to allow alcohol to be there or not, allow it to be there. But alcohol events or things they dominate, oh, they're doing everything they can to prevent cannabis from taking away from their bottom line.
Money. Exactly.
So yeah, it's ironic though, kind of that cannabis doesn't,
It's
you
because
know,
we get cottonmouth.
I mean, whatever. People are whatever. If people like to drink a little, that's fine and dandy.
I get cottonmouth.
But you do notice that when cannabis is like, well, it's a cannabis event, but uh yeah, those the beer area does, it's not like they don't do that much business. It's
No.
there, but it's like per capita, like, oh, they set up beer at all events, right? They have numbers, they have stats, like 1,000 people. Oh, this amount of them are going to drink, buy it, and whatever, right? The cannabis, we like Emerald Cup, even High Times events, other events that have alcohol there. Yeah, no, they don't make any. They're not doing booming business, and that's, I think, there is like an actual federally funded study from like 40s or 50s, maybe 50s, where our government and you know had a call it whatever, do a trial, a real, I mean whatever, real, but and showed that when people smoke cannabis, they drink less. Like
Yeah.
like alcohol
Because you get the
was like
spins.
funded, or like it was like a study for them, but like um yeah, that like if someone's going to drink 2, 3, 4, 5 drinks or whatever, if somewhere in after they had the first drink they smoked some weed, most likely they might only have 2 drinks and then that's it. Where and alcohol really likes the person that like drinks 4 or 5 drinks.
Well, yeah, because once they get to 3 or 4, that fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth,
Yeah.
10th one, and buying for a group and buying for
Oh
that
yeah.
group come out.
Yeah,
So it's all about the money.
exactly. And ultimately they are probably the industry that even to this day is doing the most that they can to undermine and keep cannabis from affecting their bottom dollar.
Well, yeah,
Because
because Come on.
It's
How else you gonna
not
get
even
fucked
one
up
state
legally?
or a single place has ever thought, well, wait, what's the difference of getting fucked up on alcohol or getting fucked up on wrecked weed? Why can't they just be in the same place? A bar, right? That's not even an option, right? Not even one business has tried to do that, right?
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
that's mainly due to alcohol basically saying, "Oh, hell no." Like that doesn't work for us.
you bringing that up, Ohio's the head of the board that is in charge of the rec cannabis in Ohio was the main guy at the alcohol board in the state of Ohio. And they want to run it just like that. So
That's what
maybe
I think
Ohio could be
Oregon and
like the first
Washington.
place for like a club type atmosphere to come out of if he thinks of it as alcohol. Well,
Yeah.
you need some place to go and enjoy alcohol. So why can't you do that with cannabis?
Well, on the West Coast,
Even if you separate them.
even though that's all changed, but Oregon and Washington state had what they call state-run liquor, way past what a lot of other states did, which meant like you could only buy liquor from like a store that was a state store that was only open whenever. Beer and wine, I guess you could buy at the grocery store and different spots, but they had like, oh, no sales on Sunday and like, but it was run by a state controlled thing instead of like an open market uh uh until recently. And then the cannabis, uh the framework of that basically took over cannabis. The when they took away the law on alcohol, it was right when cannabis was coming in,
illegal.
and they basically, yeah, the same framework started to regulate cannabis, which that's why there were so many like fuck ups, depending how you look at it. But Washington State, especially, like I guess there they don't even have like homegrown, crazy things like
No,
that.
you can buy it for hella cheap.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
But yeah,
ultimately, that'll be something that is happening and will happen.
they'll
Like,
take away the home grow.
I mean, I guess if a pack of cigarettes is people pay right around $10 a pack for 20 cigarettes of like pretty low grade tobacco rolled up in, you know, a cigarette. Yeah, why wouldn't you better create like field grown cannabis just like you created field grown tobacco
And spray some terps on it.
and that well wait well I guess they flavor the tobacco because that's from what I understand there's pretty much yeah they all use the same tobacco, they just flavor it a little different, or there's a couple tobaccos they use, but um yeah, I mean, so that'd be like $10 for uh 20 joints. Well, the problem is a cigarette's addictive, cannabis isn't. So 20 joints would last somebody a long time.
Yeah.
Where a pack of cigarettes seems to go in a day.
Most of us here are saying, okay, 20 joints, 3, 4 days. And then there's some people say, shit, that's a month and a half, because I only smoke
Yeah,
a half a
I'm
joint
sure,
a day.
I'm sure once the federal law changes, the big tobacco companies, they won't come out with a full joint. They'll come out with blends. They'll be like a blend where it'll be like it's still tobacco, but hey, we added 20% weed.
Yeah.
And they'll sell that at a premium price, even though the weed probably costs them less to grow than the tobacco.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
Because knowing them, they'll throw shit in.
you can't blame them for like trying to do. I mean, you can blame the whole system and the whole way, but oh, if you accept it's the world we live in and it is what it is, well, whatever business ideas and things that's what happens.
But we were even talking about this back in the 90s that, we're laughing at paying $120 a quarter because we're sitting here saying, in 20, 30 years, it's probably going to be $1, $2, $3 a gram.
Well, even back
And
then,
here
the
we are
real
today
thing
where it's a couple dollars a gram.
is that there were like no matter what the price was, you, there were times when you couldn't even get any weed worth smoking, right? Now,
Nope.
like that, like if you go back and capsule in time and like the biggest problem with being a stoner then was how much
Finding it.
like don't forget why you rationed it and it was so scarce and this whole thing is it was like and once it was gone then sometimes weeks and a whole season would go like wasn't like it was always right there to I don't know how
Nope.
many years. Oh, it's pretty much right there. All times, all types. So
I don't think it was on a constant basis for me up until about 2003,
yeah,
2004 in
should have
Ohio.
been. I think medical. I mean, even when California and Colorado were really only states that were moved forward, it it affected everywhere. It started to like soften the overall view of cannabis across the whole country. At least
Oh,
that's how.
yeah, it did. And people understood that they've been lied to for so many years. Cannabis isn't this bad thing.
Well,
And then the generation that really thought of that because they grew up in the 20s, 30s, 40s, they died off and it's progressively changed.
I mean, it would probably be pretty ridiculous if somebody went back to the archives and like there was there and these were state run things, but there was the other side that had been winning this issue for many election cycles, right? That had all these ads that said all this stuff, which none of that was ever true. And like not that many years ago, they were like everything they were saying, like they said that it was going to create all these problems, right? They used all the fear mongering techniques you could to try to keep cannabis from winning all the way then. Like that had been successful so many election cycles. They would pull out all the same old rhetoric. Which, yeah, what about all that stuff? Like, because some of it was pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
And
Growing
but
up
there were a
through
lot
Dare,
of
that was
people,
ridiculous.
like, you know, a good generation of people, mainly our parents and grandparents, they believe, like today, most everyone's more skeptical of power, be the government, anything like that. But there were like a whole couple generations that way majority of everybody just followed whatever they said, believed it. No one thought it was a bunch of bullshit. Maybe there were a few
My
people.
my parents and my grandparents are the same way with cannabis. They're okay with me using it and smoking it, but don't try to talk to them about it. They
Yeah,
still don't want to hear it.
yeah, I could see that. I mean, when you live like 3/4, 80%, maybe 90% of your life, and thought this, even if that like blatantly changed, it would be hard to. Yeah, that's what some people can't do, right? If that's been ingrained in you since you were whatever age, most likely started as a kid for 90 years, 80 years, whatever, 70 years. Yeah, I don't know about. Some people have been able to do that. Cannabis is amazing that way. The people that age, that's, I guess it gets down to having an open mind. Some like, which, okay, that's great if everyone had an open mind, but not everyone has an open mind about everything.
Nope.
Some people might have an open mind on one part of their life, but not on other parts. And then when you throw religion in this, and a lot of people from previous generations were much more religious. Well, yeah, I don't even know what the major religion stance is on cannabis now. I imagine they've softened, but but
It's the devil's lettuce.
yeah, maybe no, they probably haven't softened. Which, yeah, that's kind of like because I know that you can take any verse and read anything into it, but there's like a certain verse, I can't quote it because I'm not into all that, that basically talks about this, like as much as they focus in on the wine and the fucking, but like it
The
seems
anointing oil.
like yeah, right, but how one got magnified, another got downplayed in history in a way where, yeah, there seems to be some verses and different writings that obviously uh, might pertain to to cannabis, right?
Well, yeah, that's why you have like New and Old Testament and shit like that. And, certain things are put in, certain things are left out. It's just the changing of times. And, well, that was that 300-400 years ago. It's time to change it, rewrite it. What history is still fresh. And it's
Yeah, but
still fresh
like,
on cannabis.
it does seem like, okay, I don't know much about other religions, but Christianity and Catholic and all that, like, oh, that's really wine that they drink in the ceremony, right? Wine's the blood of Christ, and and even though, of course, there's scripture that kind of like says being an alcoholic or whatever is bad or whatever, it's still like, I don't know. It's hard to explain what I'm saying, but it seems like a little hypocrisy of like where it's okay, but then it's not, right? Like alcohol. And it's no wonder that alcohol is such a like a prevalent part of human existence, like for a long time in a lot of different ways. Some of it was ceremonial, I guess, but oh no, people be getting fucked up from the beginning of time.
Well, back then it was also safer to drink wine than it was water because it was actually purified.
Yeah, yeah, that seems like a weird time when, yeah, that's basically why he made beer was to, or want,
Have something to drink that wasn't going to give you the shits.
yeah, like today, the tap water, I mean, might not be the best water, but like, I don't think it kills anybody. Like, like what they were worried about, like most of that was created by like human sewage and shit, and them not knowing how to dispose of
Clean
that
it.
correctly, and it would get in the water and then kill people.
Of course, they also, up until a point, I think they were tearing up part of New York and finding parts of the old sewer system and water system that were made out of wood. I'm sure that didn't help.
Yeah, well, I imagine until we like, oh, well, there's still places in the world that what we're talking about is a major issue, and
Yeah,
they have infrastructure or that people are living in and using water that's tainted. Yeah. Yeah, I could only imagine like at a certain time in human history when they didn't really know what to do with it. It was just like, yeah, put it out on the curb.
yeah. Well, in cities, they threw it out the window. It was called the window pot for a reason.
Yeah, no, yeah, that had to have been pretty nasty. But I guess at the time, people did what they did, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's even true, but it was maybe an Instagram meme thing or something that came up that like said something about, oh, if you use a toilet every day, and it gave like a percentage, and it was uh like even the way it was done, you would think that percentage was the one that has a toilet, but no, it was the other way around, and it was like shocking number where I was like, what? Even to this day, but according to this, whatever, I don't know. Like even today, when you see stuff like that, you don't even know. Like you, it's a, you can't believe any of it. like is
Until you travel to
why
like
would somebody
Thailand.
make some like fake ass thing and make it appear and say something like that? Oh, but yeah, there's people that do, or companies, or uh reasons that they make all this bullshit up, like to where even if like I read things, but then I've come to realize it's like I don't believe any, even things that are like you think come from like what your source or where your information comes from. It's still all bullshit.
I will give you one piece of information that's not bullshit. A rest stop in an Asian country is 4 holes in the ground for men, 4 holes in the ground for women, and one working sink with cold water. Or it could be hot if the tank is sitting outside in the direct sunlight. And that's all you get. Now, if you get one that has porcelain little grooves to hold your feet, man, you're moving up in the world. But a flushing toilet, nah, you're
Wait.
not going to really see that.
Let me
Not at
understand.
a rest stop.
Porcelain little grooves to hold your feet. Now,
Yeah, along
what?
the side of the hole so you don't fall in.
Oh, what about splashback?
Uh, well, you're basically it's a dry hole basically, and you have a canister of water with a bucket, and you pour the water into the hole, and that flushes everything out.
Yeah, that seems
You know,
well,
it's just it's no different than going like on the farm in the outhouse. Still got to look down for snakes. I do because I have a septic tank. And they'll get in there and they'll crawl up the pipes. But when I moved into this house, that's all it had was a porcelain thing on the ground, and you just squatted over top of it. I asked for a flushing toilet, and the next day I had one. It was so dirty, it looked like the lady had had it for like 4 or 5 years and never put it in. And the person living here before me, both people that had lived here for over 10 years before me, were both Westerners. And they never put in a flushing toilet. That was the number one thing for me. No way in hell am I squatting every time. Oh, so that triple G, yeah, I might have to go back and grab some more of that. That was a little bit more expensive. I think that cost me 70 baht a gram. So that was $2 a gram. get back to the real land of weed. There's still the land of the fruits. Finding good nighttime weed here is tough. I was hoping to get some more of that cheese that was around because that was really expando weed and it got me pretty stoned. But the guy is, basically a one-man operation. And, well, give me some time. I have to trim it up. And by the time we get back to him, he's like, oh, I already sold that. It's like, thanks. Thought we'd get a phone call. But I could see why that went too, because it was cheap. It was like 29 baht a gram. So that worked out to be like, what, 85 cents? But yeah, all of a sudden, over really the past week, I've been seeing a lot of people posting because I'm on some of these sites or belong to some of these groups here. And there's a lot of people putting up like, 100, 150, 50 kilogram harvest and still wanting between 65 and 75,000 baht per kilo. So that's bringing it down to like $800 an ounce or $800 a pound. So weed here in Thailand has gone from basically 5 times that. So it's lost 80% of its value.
But there's still no taxes on it, so
Nope. No taxes. And you can walk into the shop, and a lot of the shops still have the same stuff that they had the month before. Like the shop around the corner, I got him to understand really quick, hey, don't buy large quantities, just buy, like 50 grams at a time. Try it out. Because, he does have to look at a little bit different market. He can't look at top shelf. He has to look at, the next level down, the pretty much mid grade. But here, mid grade just means that you didn't grow it indoor. So you can find some good weed that's grown outdoor. You just got to hunt for it. And his clientele, 3 grams for 300 baht. I think he normally has like 1 or 2 top shelves that are like 350, but nothing over 350 because he doesn't really have the clientele for it. So since the last time I've taken you into the place, they've changed it around some. Now they took out the front window and put a piece of plywood, like made a window frame and put a piece of wood over it, basically. And that swings down and swings up during the day. So the coffee shop can be served from the front without coming into the building. They moved the weed over there. There's just no water to that room. But hey, you're only selling cups of coffee. A couple gallon water jug does you fine for the day. I don't know why he did it, but it does open it up to the street more. Because before it kind of looked like a house instead of a business. But at nighttime, you definitely knew. Shay's got neon. Oh, now that I came into the air conditioning from that heat, I don't want to do shit. Hey, that's a pretty big light over, bud. There we go. That's a pretty bare room.
Yeah, just set these 3 nights ago.
And those are all about what, 2 feet tall?
Yeah, maybe a little more than that.
Okay, so you're flipping between 24
I'm
and 30 inches.
like when we first turn them back, we don't water them for like the first 3 or 4 days. We water them like manually and keep, because these are Hugos, you don't want them, but the dry back start, well, they're already trained, so you don't want to just put them under water every day. They don't need that every day. So they'll just get like 5 minutes tonight, then maybe won't need water for 2 more days. And then they'll start drinking every day or twice a day.
Yeah. So you don't really worry about any of the green algae growing on top of the cubes, do you?
There's a little. Sometimes like, this room is like weeks, like 5 weeks in, and there's not. They're not even. Depends. That's why you don't overwater them, and a little bit, as long as it's not like like yeah, I can't none on my fingers, so it's not
As
like
long
built
as
in.
it's not that slimy green.
Yeah, but that's from overwatering and light.
Well,
Like the light is
yeah,
actually what makes the milk the fungus grow. Like sometimes
because
when you put the baby in the cube and then the light hits the before the plant gets big enough to shade the cube. Yeah. We have like you can cover them. There's these plastic things you cover them with.
yeah, I know I had a bunch of 6 by 6 inch with the holes cut in a little slit. You just put it right over top of it. And
Right.
this hole in the center was probably about a 2 inch hole, about the size of a plug. Because when you're using like a gutter system, which is a constant flow of water, you do get that green buildup on the top of your rock wool plugs or blocks or cubes, whatever you're using. And I'm sorry, I tried putting those plastics on, but you still get that shit to grow underneath that. 95. How many trays of I-95 you got going?
Huh?
How
No,
many
this
trays of I-95?
no one this is actually the clone mom that the guy gave me. So we've taken clones and now we're flowering the, the the clones he gave us and deciding if we want to take more clones. There's Cushman's. Cushman's actually, yeah, it smells pretty fucking good too. And Larry OG. But then those are the only plants on this. Oh, there's one called Chi. Inner cheese, what's written down, I don't know. And there's one way over there I can't get to. They're just thrown in the room with the regular stuff to yeah. Some of those we already had to take more like just in the timing of it. Like we haven't even finished these, but we already committed to more clones of certain ones of it because we had the clones we took off the original plant were already presenting clones, and yeah, that always happens. And then this one is called lemon pepper. Oh, wait, my camera's messed up if I reverse it.
Okay, then you need to hold it still.
It smells like lemon pepper for sure. Then there's this one called caffeine. It's tucked in here. These are at like week 4, 5, going on week 5. This tray's all grape gas. This is some strain called JFR. I don't know what that is, but we'll see.
JFR.
This is this one called the cream. It's fat. It's fatter than some of the other buds next to it. It's
Joker.
called the cream. So I don't know. Like some names, okay, I know. Some other names, I have no idea. But I have noticed that those ones I haven't been as interested in. But then now that they're flowering, I'm like, oh wow, that looks pretty good. So you never know. That's the thing I've learned.
You never know until you run it, and run it twice. Especially if you're doing it from seed. The clones are always
Now
different.
here's the clone from that Larry OG that already was taller than the rest of all these that were taken at the same time. Because yeah, Larry stretches. Over here, I stuck this Bubba that was from the cycle before that wasn't big enough to go in this room. Now it's way bigger. It's like a foot, maybe even more, taller than this tray. These are all slaps. But I know the slaps will end up taller than the Bubba. Yeah, there's some other ones mixed in here. Still just like sprinkling them in to see. This is this one called Garlic Breath. I think people like it. I haven't seen it finished before, so. But if it's breath because it's Mendo breath, was looking at these leaves, it might be. Yeah. I'm a lover of Mendo breath or Mendo crosses.
I think they actually definitely put on some triclones, that's for sure.
I just like the way it hits, the way, yeah, Mendo's always been all the Mendo. like the whole line, everything that it's ever made. The neighborhood across the railroad tracks. Like it's Saturday night. You didn't have to tell me that. I probably really didn't even think of what day it was. But there's like two parties I can tell, different mariachi bands going off. Yeah, the neighborhood, they're always partying. Like, I don't think you can hear it because across the railroad tracks down in the neighborhood.
I can hear a little bit.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, like my birds.
I've only attended a few of the, I guess, Latino parties, but they're always going on in this area. And just hearing them, you realize, wow, these people are having a good time. They know how to have a good time.
Yeah. Up dancing,
Yeah, trust me,
singing.
these are like little houses in the neighborhood. So like whoever's having this party, it sounds like there's 100 people there in a band. It's probably like wall to wall people because it's not a big place. Not in that neighborhood.
Oh, they're probably out in the front yard. They're out in the backyard.
Yeah.
It's a
And
yard party.
even if they happen all the time over in that neighborhood, it's basically, yeah, I'm sure the cops have come around a few times, but if there's always every weekend and there's multiple parties, and then eventually and there's not problems, like there's no shootings and shit like that, which, well, you never know when that's gonna happen, I guess. But that changes things is when there's things like that happen. They always stop around midnight or so.
That's the time they normally stop here. That's when the bars start to close down, or that's when amplified music has to stop in the bars. Now, if you have a Cabernet can go until 2 a.m. with amplified music.
Well, I don't know. Most places have it, but it's the thing that controls everything. Is 2 o'clock is last call after 2. But most places don't even stay open past midnight. Like some of that was created from insurance claims and their liability. Like a establishment can be held responsible for liability of a drunk driver and all that. So now they to keep their insurance down, they operate differently, we'll say, most establishments. Otherwise your insurance goes sky high. But I
Yep.
remember my friend, I used to help book his band and manage his local band for years. Yeah, like a place would like mandatory you play till 2 a.m. because like they would do last call and this whole fucking like thing. I don't know, maybe some bars still operate that way, but not many in California.
Here in Thailand, it hits midnight and that's it. No more. One more. No. Besides that, they're only getting paid $10 for like the whole night. But the past couple Friday nights, I've gone and I've seen my friends play, I should say. And yeah, my friend's a really good drummer, but he's not the drummer for that band. He wants to play everything a little bit faster. And for me, it's just like, no. Being an audiophile, someone that enjoys music played really well, that just doesn't work when one person wants to play faster than everybody else. And he happens to be the drummer. I decided to play more pool and really not listen to it that closely. But it was something that bothered me, especially when you know they're really good players and they can play a lot better quality. I'm starting to get hungry. Damn, it's 2 o'clock already. Oh, that's right. I joined Dee earlier today. That's why it seems so long. What is that, Robert?
No, no. I'm gonna have to go. I'm falling asleep here, guys. Hope you guys have a great night.
Yeah.
Peace out.
All right. Take care.
Have a great night.
Peace.
Peace.
What do you think about calling it, bud? Well, we'll find out when Bud gets back. Now we just have a phone or a fan. A phone. A phone and a fan. Hey, Bud. Well, he's still a little bit far away. But I think we may end up calling it here, guys. Hey, Bud. Damn it.
Huh?
What do you think about calling it? Robert signed off.
Yeah, I'm working.
All right. Well, it was good talking with you.
Yeah,
Thanks
we'll
for
see you
coming on.
Tuesday.
See you on Tuesday. Everybody out there, thanks for coming on with us and hanging out. We'll see y'all on Tuesday. It's 10 p.m. Eastern.